There we go. Well, wait. There we go. Make it a little bit lower. Alright, so I'm here to program some shit. It's been a hot minute since I did any of that. So what do we got here? What we got is I have worked a little bit on this in the meantime. I think something that I made off stream was the screen here. So let me just briefly go through everything and we'll see sort of, where we're at here. So the way that it works the same way as Chaos Edition, right? I have this effect tracker. Like I said before, I now effectively call these truth or dares effects. Some of them are dare-like effects, some of them are truth-like effects. So in general, I will call them effects because it's easier instead of having to have them being like truth or dares or whatever. And so we have the same restrictions for Chaos Edition. Can't be client side, player can't be dead, player can't be spectator. Player can be creative, but only if we're allowed to affect creative players. And they can't be like in the end credits, right? And then we modify the effect state by ticking each truth or dare that is currently active, which there might only be one. There probably would only be one. And then it will remove it if necessary. I have it like this in case I have more than one truth or dare active, because I might have like a double dare thing where you get 2 dares at once. And then I also have to add a quick check to see if the player's not dead here. And that's because while I know the player's not dead here, right? Like when we're in here, I know the player's not dead, but if when I tick this truth or dare, if I tick a dare, the dare expires and ends and they didn't complete the dare, then the dare can kill them, at which point they would be dead. And I don't want to give them another truth or dare choice while they're dead. I want to wait until they are alive, i.e. when they respawn, and then when they respawn, they will get this prompt immediately, right? That's sort of the idea. Without this predicate here, they would die, and I did test this, they die, and they get the prompt right away, and then they'll pick whichever one they want, and then it will show them that they're dead. So I don't want that. And so what it does is that it caches the choices that they've made, and then it picks the truth or dares that it's going to give, and then it checks, right? And when we're picking the truths or dares with the game mode here, we have a truth picker and a dare picker, and this gets the random applicable truth or random applicable dare, right? And that's the thing that we need here. So we're going to pick truth or dare, and then we're going to send a payload that's going to actually have this network info. And I kind of had to wrap this in a record here for the network info. And this network info is going to have the string and the description for that. And it has to be that way because it's going to be the specific description for that truth or dare, and that truth or dare might have a sensitive description. That description might be sensitive on like what it picked, and I'll get to that because I've made a couple truth or dares to sort of explain why I've had to wrap this in a network info record. as opposed to just sending the truth or dare. Because if I send the truth or dare, I have to encode all of the truth or dare to send it, which I'd rather not. I only need to send a couple things. But I can't just send the ID of the registry entry, which is what I originally did, because now if I have context-sensitive descriptions, I can't send that as well. So I have to send the ID and any context-sensitive description. And although I can create a record using this, the main point of this is to create the record using this. And yeah, this is just a like data class basically. Data, it's just a data object. And we keep that in a pair and we cache that pair to the player's UUID so that when we send the message back saying, hey, I picked this one, right? We'll receive it. We get the payload back. It's the same kind of payload. I'm just using the information differently, where I'm going to get either the left or right one. And I'm going to see, the left one always is going to be their pick, right? So I'm going to check to see if it equals the left one, otherwise, and if so, it's the left one, otherwise it's the right one. And then we add it here and we send a message, and that message is just going to be the description of it. So that they see that description when they pick it, so they know what they have, right? So now we have, I have one truth and 3 dares, right? So the root of the dare hierarchy has this interface here. Now I also have a root of the truth hierarchy, which also has an interface here. Now the question is this interface really necessary, right? Because this interface does nothing, right? I could have an abstract truth that, does the implementation of the iTruth and be totally fine. The reason why I didn't do it is so that I can at least differentiate on this if I need to. Some would argue that this is bloated design because this iTruth doesn't actually do anything. But I do need an iDare because I do have a few things specific to the dare itself, whether the dare has been completed or not, and marking it as having been completed, right? And that's really important stuff for the dare. So really, dares are really just truth or dares that have special stuff. But truths don't really have anything special, so I could just have an iTruth or dare and an iDare, but that design, I don't like that for some reason. I'd want to have a truth or a dare. I don't want to have an iTruth or dare and then not be able to say, yes, this is an iTruth. I could just say it's an iTruth or dare, and it's not an iDare, which means yes, it's a truth, but I don't have anything that says it's a truth. So this is really just a type marker interface, which it's maybe not the greatest, but ask me if I give a shit. The answer is going to be I don't give that much of a shit. So we have an iTruth interface. And maybe later on, we might have specific functionalities to iTruths, in which case I can add it here. But I've thought long and hard. I don't think there's anything specific to iTruths. So I don't know. Now this iDare, we have all of this. My abstract dare now has well, we have our abstract truth or dare, which I believe we already implemented, right? And this reads from MBT and does a whole bunch of other stuff. There's also an additional check to see if this abstract truth or dare should end early. And if it should end early, then we just set the duration to 0, right? This works in certain conditions, like when you finish the dare, when you complete the dare should probably just end early. Right? So should we end early? That's going to be if it's completed, right? And then if it's not completed and the dare ends, we're going to go to our difficulty mode and we're going to do whatever we do on a failed dare, which is probably just kill the player, right? Now I have an abstract dare with a counter for doing so many particular things, right? And so we have a way to track certain things, and that gets written to NBT, cool stuff. And now the actual dare is a block breaker dare. We have to break a certain number of blocks within a specified duration, which in this case is 3 minutes, right? And it defaults to wanting 64 of a specified block in 3 minutes, right? And then we have a way to get this block target, and that's going to be the block state that we're looking to grab. And we have a block break callback, which just checks to see if what we're looking for is, in fact, the block that was broken, and if there's any other additional checks we need to look for. And then if so, we tick that counter, right? And if we tick that counter and, right, our count left is greater or less than or equal to 0, we mark it as completed, right? This is still abstract. I have actual concrete implementations because I have an overworld variant, an overworld block breaking dare, which looks for some of these blocks here. It'll ask for either a stack of stone, cobblestone, deep slate, granite, diorite, andesite, dirt, sand, gravel, or tuff. I actually realize I want cobbled deep slate as well. Granite, diorite, andesite, dirt, sand, gravel, tuff, right? So it's going to pick one of those, and then it's going to ask you to do that, right? Right, and the display name is always going to be block breaker. So that's all that stuff. Now, there's two main things I want to do here. The first is I want to have a timer. That shows you how much time is left. And that's going to be done with like a boss bar, right? So yeah, see, there's a boss bar, a boss bar HUD, and a boss bar manager. I wonder if maybe boss bar manager is what we're going to look for here. And I want a command. Speaking of, I want a command. In fact, that's probably going to work on first. I want a command that basically does the same thing as the Chaos Edition commands. We're basically going to do the exact same thing. So that I can pick and like assign myself truths or dares without having to like wait. Right, so let's actually get started on that, and then we will work on this other thing after. So I need a new package. All right, so now this is going to be a final class. This doesn't need to implement anything. Oh wait, this is suggestion provider. Right, I need 2 suggestion providers. So I'm gonna write a couple of nested classes here, because these are all just going to be utility stuff for this. This is going to be a truth. Actually, do I want an abstract one? I might want an abstract one. Private static abstract class. Truth or dare suggestion provider. This is going to implement suggestion provider, and it's going to be server command source. And it's going to have one override. What is it, like Alt-C, implement Alt-Shift-P, right, yeah, so we're going to implement this. And we're going to get a completable future. And we're going to have an abstract method here. I don't think I can do an instance of thing. So if I did truth or dare registry dot get all truths and dares, and if I filter it, actually, I don't think this needs to be parameterized with any generics. Registry entry. So I don't need this, actually. I can now just filter on this, and then map it to get name for each builder dot builder suggest. Oh, this is going to be builder. And this is going to now have us have 2 of these. Oh, wait, no. This is not abstract anymore. Oh, I can convert to a record. You're right. Convert to record. I need one for truth, I need one for dare, probably. Not the registry, I need the entry. We're gonna get this, and then if the entry or if check dot test for the entry we will return the entry. Otherwise, we're gonna throw a new dynamic command exception type. Actually, this can just be optional. I want this to be optional. Now I can do return optional dot of entry. I mean, will this return null otherwise? Yeah, so I can actually, I don't know where I just was. Take me back where I was. I can actually return optional dot of nullable for pod registry dot get effect or get entry for the effect, and then I'll filter it on the check. Well, this should actually be, hold on. And I do or else throw. And now I will throw a dynamic command exception type. And now I can put in the get exception message template, passing in truth and name. Dot create. I guess I pass in the name. Oh wait, no, I pass in the effect. Oh yeah, I need text.literal. This needs to be a supplier for... command syntax exception. Oh, so wait, this shouldn't be a supplier. This should be a function that takes a string. And this should be apply. Oh, this thing, brother. Dynamic command exception type. Oh, wait, that's dynamic command exception type. There we go. Oops. Boom, so now I got this. So now what I can do instead is gonna be truth, or it's gonna be get truth exception sub dot apply to effect. And now it's the same thing for this. I might change this a little bit, but so far this seems like a decent set of options. I might do the same thing. Chaos Edition does this thing, and then it also does required argument builder. Server command source string. Affect arg node. Argument, what does it do here? Affect arg suggests affect suggestions. Oh, right, okay. So should this now be truth arg name? String argument type dot word dot suggests, and this should suggest truth suggester. They're the same thing, except this is a dare arg node. Dare arg name should have the dare suggester. And this command is, I believe, only registered on the one side, so I will need in here And then I have to create all of this. So this is going to be okay. This is gonna be a little bit more complicated. I could do that. Okay. Okay. I think this should just be get effect arg, and it should then specify the name. And syntax exception. And this is the same way that Chaos Edition did this. No. Accessor dot get player truth or dare fixed state player dot iterator. And then I need to actually see it wants to get it or throw, which I guess this should be remove truth. And then I'll need one for remove dare. So this should be generic, and then it should have I think I want it as an enum, I'm gonna be honest. No, you gotta turn it off, brother. Or is it like at formatter off? There we go. Whoa, wait. Is that not how you do it? Maybe I just have to move this down. Whoa, what is your... Oh, because this goes for this. I see. What if I did this then? Okay, so it wants to... I can accept that. Right, and so now each thing... No, not their option. Shut up. Well, in this case, what I would want is I would want a get entry. And then this is going to be in here as a static option. Whoa, hello, how's it going? We're pretty good. I got lost in the sauce for a second there. Doing pretty good. How's it going? I am trying to not get too lost in the sauce, but I think I'm long gone. I'll throw, and then this should just have a thing, right? Where it's just like get exception supplier thing. Protected abstract, get entry exception supplier. Which I guess is inherently a function. Maybe let me play a different thing. Wait, you're in the middle. Don't go from the middle. Go from the start. What are you doing? What the sauce tastes like? Tastes like Chaos Edition, really. But more complex. So this entry exception supplier, should it not just be a function? Which takes a string and a command syntax exception. Get entry command exception creator. That's right. We have the legendary double get. Why are you bitching? Weak invisibility? Oh, private. Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're okay with that, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that if you're okay with that. Well, then make it fucking abstract, my friend. What are you doing? Okay, fine. Make a fucking package. I don't give a shit. Quit ya bitchin', mate. And it's gonna be this dot get the get entry command exception creator dot apply to the effect. And then I need to put a filter. Wait, couldn't this just innately be a predicate on a truth or dare registry entry? And then we just pass in this? And then have this throw command syntax exception? Boom, right? And so then it would need to provide that check, right? Because it is itself a predicate. That's Spanish for predicate. Control Shift. No, I guess Alt Shift P works. So this should return. I don't want to create a new one every time. So can I basically just have this here localized entirely within this enum constant? And then I think I just want to add like get exceptions up, and then this returns get exceptions up. And then the test should return truth or dare registry entry dot is truth. Do the same thing here. This is just going to be the exception sup, and this is going to be the dare arg name. Wait a second. This is terrible. Truth or dare registry entry dot is dare. That I'm okay with. This should not be abstract, because what I can have is I can actually have it in here, the get entry exception supplier. Private is redundant here, right? Because we are an enum class? Nope, okay. Right, and now I have a truth or dare option, which just takes the name, I guess the arg name, right? And then this sets the arg name to this, and then it sets the this to a new one with this arg name. Oh, I guess this should be final. So then this can just return this dot exception sub, which is the exact same thing it has been doing all over here. So we don't need that anymore. What are you upset about? Exception. Oh wait, yeah. Truth arg name. Dare arg name. I don't know if I'm going to need that later. Either way, Don't need those, right? And I can also have a get suggestion provider. Right? Because the filter would be is truth or is dare, which is exactly the same I have here. So I can just create it based on ourself. Truth or dare suggestion provider. And now we will have I mean, I guess this is a suggestion provider. Or command source get suggestion provider will return this dot suggestion provider. And I have the same thing here. I have a final required argument builder server command source string. This is going to be argument builder, and then we're going to make the argument builder. It's going to be, it's going to be command manager dot argument this dot arg name string argument type dot word dot suggests this dot suggestion provider, which means I might not actually need that suggestion provider at all. I don't know. I not need the suggestion provider. There we go. Now we have all of that. So I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. I'm probably just gonna have this be truth. And I'm probably gonna have this just be dare. Actually, that's not true. I want it like that because I will need these constants later. And I don't need this either. So now when I remove, I just need a truth or dare option for which side I'm doing. And so now it's just going to be option dot get entry or throw for the effect. Right? Maybe we don't need the semicolon here. Return result. There we go. So that's how we will remove. But then shouldn't that be innate to this? Then I don't need to pass this around. Then I don't need to have another method that does this with like a certain thing or whatever. Okay, so I have this here. This is just an int remove. Server command source. And then I just have this here. This throws command syntax exception. This should be effect. And now this is going to be just, this is literally just going to be this. I do actually need the string. Right? That has to be like that. And I'd like to use the field variable. Because it complains, but I will actually need it here probably. And context server command source. String argument type dot get string from the context for this dot arg name. Now this is used, right? So now it doesn't, now it's not upset. And then I don't need this. I don't need this either. I don't need any of these methods because all these methods are now handled in here, which means I need one for check effect. This is going to be an int as well. Command syntax exception, and this is going to be pod API dot accessor dot is truth or dare active for the source.getPlayer and this dot get entry or throw for the effect. And I do source.send feedback. Active is going to be, wait, this is a really dumb way of doing this. Text.literal. Active, yes, otherwise, no. Yeah, I can put a period there. Then I return active command dot single success, otherwise 0. I do the same thing for applicable as well. We're going to have an int for applicable. And it's going to take a server command source and an effect. Wow, it's doing the same shit. You see the pattern, right? You see the idea, command syntax exception. You notice the repeated thing that we're doing here. If effect is null, right? So like I can make this, I should make this at nullable. Yes. Because this is nullable. Applicable. And then this is nullable as well. I think that's important to note for myself, that those can be nullable. And I guess this is not null because this effect has to exist. But I'm gonna assume that the arguments are, if the arguments are annotated as nullable, they might be null, but otherwise they are not null. So now I'm on applicable here. So if it's null, I set this to true. The result equals pod registry dot get all truths and dares dot filter entry filters to entry dot is applicable. What do you mean you don't have? Oh, it's just applicable. I got you. Right, I'm here. I need to be here. Applicable for the source.getPlayer.map. I need to map it to get name and then reduce it using a new, whoa, what am I doing? A new string builder. And then SB1 and SB2, I combine them under this SB1.append the string builder, brother. Append. It doesn't know what it's doing, don't worry. I know what I'm doing though. Dot append SB2, and this is gonna be string builder append. See, I know what I'm doing. It doesn't know what it's doing. I'm gonna do result.delete 02. It should be this dot get entry or throw for the effect dot applicable for the source dot get player, and then the result is going to be new string builder, and if it's applicable, it's gonna be yes. Otherwise, it's gonna be no. And I'm gonna do source.send feedback text.literal result.toString false because we don't want it in the broadcast. Then I return applicable command dot single success, otherwise 0. Oh. And now we have an apply. And once again, it takes a server command source and takes string. And it throws good. And syntax exception. Truth or dare. This is going to be Todd equals, if the effect is null, I need to get a random effect. Otherwise, I do this dot get entry or throw for the effect dot create truth or dare. So now I need to get a random one. Now, do I have get random applicable dare, get random applicable truth? Okay, I need I guess this should be protected abstract, right? Because I can make this protected. No? Surely I can. Surely you're just a whiny bitch, right? See? It's just a whiny bitch. Get random. This is going to return truth or dare registry dot get random. I presume it's always going to be. Oh wait, is this random just straight random? Oh, it's just straight random. It's just God giveth randomness. So this is going to be a private static ITOD get random truth or dare. And then this is just, this takes no arguments. And I'm going to return lib dot get random element from. Do I have RNG here? It doesn't look like I do. Oh, I do. Okay. Get all truths and dares. So this is just everything. Oh wait, I could actually, can't I just get from the name? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. It's gonna be get truth or dare from the name, and then it's gonna be lib.get random element from this, and then we're gonna do effect names, and then we're gonna pass in our RNG. But I need a predicate, right? Because I gotta do the same thing, which means I think I want to abstract away like this idea of filtering it. Is this a stream? This is a stream. Whoa, what is pre of it, dude? Holy shit. Truth or dare registry entry. Get filtered truths and dares on a predicate. Truth or dare registry entry. Filter. This is going to return get all truths and dares dot filter for the filter, right? Wait, but I have the filter and applicable, right? So here I just have, no, I don't need this. Oh, I guess I can't do that. Because getting this truth or dare from these effect names, I don't know. If they are truths or dares. So I might as well just get all truths and dares. I mean, yeah, I might as well. I'd have to have 2 extra lists to encode that information. That's a waste of time. But I'd still like this to not have to be like so nonsense. So is there a way where given this, I can know if it's, I mean, I can, right? Because I can just do this and then do it off of that. I can stream this, I can filter using a, okay, so this, I still want a predicate here on a truth or dare register entry, right? And then this filter needs to filter.apply Might not want that. Okay, so I'm going to, oh, I should map it. Map it to entry registry get dot filter. Now I filter it based on this. And I had to list this shit. And then this gets me a truth or dare registry entry. So now I don't do this. I just have to create it, right? Yeah, I just have to do the same thing. I just have to create truth or dare like that. Now I can have public static iTruth get random truth. And this can return get random truth or dare. And the predicate can be truth or dare registry entry is truth. And then I have to cast it to an iTruth. I do the same thing here. But this is an iDare. Whoops. Get random truth or dare. I got a little lost there. And this is is dare, right? Yeah. Okay. So now that I have this, I can go back to my Todd command, right? And now this can get random truth. And then this can return further dare registry dot get random dare. And now this can be this dot get random. This can be Todd API dot mutator dot add new truth or dare for the source dot get player and the truth or dare that we have selected. And do source dot send feedback text dot literal success. And I always return command dot single success, which means this thing is going to get a little bitchy. So we're going to suppress warnings on same return value. Whoa, dude, I spelled success with 3 C's. I didn't even see that. And now with all of this laid out, I gotta think about how I want to do this. It should be like /Todd apply truth /Todd is active truth, and then you provide the truth name, and then /Todd clear truth, and then provide that name, and then /Todd applicable truth, and then apply that. But then there needs to be no args. Now for apply, this should just be public static truth or dare get random truth or dare. This is going to be overloaded to only have the one argument. And now this is where I can return lib.getRandom element from effect names RNG, and then I can do get truth or dare from that name. So now I can actually get a straight random one. So this should be, well, that can still be empty. Okay, I need to think about how I'm doing this. I need paint. That's right. I'm whipping out paint. Okay. So here's the idea, right? We have at the head, we have our root command, right? Todd. Now, our Todd has a couple different things, right? It has apply. It has is active. These are the same things that Chaos Edition has. I definitely didn't nearly write a V instead of an I there. Don't worry about it. We have clear. And then we have applicable, right? Boom. But now here for Chaos Edition, what happens with Chaos Edition? Can I like copy paste it? Oh shit, I can. I wish to extend my canvas. Yeah. Make my canvas bigger. All right. So, I'm gonna make this in purple. This is for. Whoa! Holy shit! They make it bigger. Yeah. This is for Chaos Edition. Right, I'll rewrite it in a second. And then here, this is for truth or dare. And we're gonna see the similarities in their command structure and what I'm trying to do here. Now, when you combine green and red, what do you get? You get yellow, right? Yeah, you get yellow. So there's gonna be a yellow underline. That looks horrible. That looks fucking horrible. Whatever, who cares? Okay, so. The fuck do you mean? Okay, whatever. Right, so this is the root command, like /Todd and then /chaos. Right? So what Chaos Edition does is that I wanna do blue as like an execution path. So it can either execute which would be like random one. Rand apply. Or we then give an effect. Whoa. Right? We give an effect. And then we give an effect. It applies. Apply effect. Right? With me so far. So we can apply it if we do no args, we apply random one, right? This is like horrible, but that's an A, by the way. And that's an N, not an R. It's not RARD. And then if we give it effect, it applies the effect. And it's the same thing here. Actually no, is active needs. So this needs an effect. Right? And then it checks. It checks effect. Right? And then clear can either clear all or I provide an effect that that F barely looks like an F. That says effect, okay? And then we clear the effect. Doing this with my mouse is so hard. I'm so tempted to just throw this down on my tablet and just fucking write, but I don't know if Paint will accept that. Actually, it might. So this is going to look a little weird, all right? Because it's now on my tablet now. But observe, for I can now bada boop. You see that? Now we're good. So I can now actually write this a lot faster. So applicable, I can either what applicable does, it checks to see if a certain thing is applicable, right? So I can either this is either a list of all that's applicable. Oh my god, dude. I need to like raise it higher. Or I give an effect. I feel like the writing got worse. It just got faster. And then is effect applicable. There we go. Are you with me, right? There we go. Let me bring this back up. So now this is what the structure, the command structure in Chaos Edition looks like, right? In here, it's going to be very similar, but it's going to be different because I don't know why I took my writing glove off when I need it. My writing glove. Right, because now if I apply no args, it's random truth or dare. So with no args, this is just random. But if this should be green, if I specify truth, then I give an effect name, and then it will, whoops, it should be blue. And then it applies effect. But I can also specify dare. And then what do? Then we have to give an effect. And it's the same thing. Well, this is active thing. Instead, well, it's is active truth or is active dare, or maybe it's just is active in general. No, it's gonna be like this. We're gonna have to give a truth, or you give a dare. And then either way, whoops, I realized I want this black. You give an effect, and then check, right? It does the check. Now this clear will wipe all. But then I can also give a truth. Or I can give a dare. And then in either case, I specify, an effect. And then it removes that one. Whoa, hello. And then applicable, this should give me a list, right, of all applicable truths and dares. But if I then specify truth, or dare, I then can either get a list of all the specific ones, right? So this is either list, but for specifically truths or dares. And then I can also optionally provide an effect. And then this is going to go under here to do that. And then it will is applicable. There you go. So what you'll notice is there are some similarities. The similarity here is that the base structure is the same, minus the fact that I have to decide between truth or dare. If we coalesce these truth or dare branches into one branch, you basically get the same thing here, right? If this truth or dare, if we remove these truth or dare branches and combine them, it just goes apply effect and apply effect, or apply no args, and then we get a random one, which is the same thing for Chaos Edition. Is active, if we combine the truth or dare branches, it is active to effect to check, which is the active effect check. And likewise here, clear with no args is wipe, and then we combine the truth or dare branches, and it's the same thing here, and it's the same thing for applicable as well, right? Applicable will list all of them for no args, and then if we combine, it will check if that specific thing is applicable. The only special thing for this one is that if you specify a truth or dare, but then don't provide any arguments, it gives you a list. So this path here, this list path here, when combined, is basically just this path here. So it's still basically the same thing. Which means for each one, I have to write out this command tree, right? Chaos Edition has this command tree written out. It's /chaos, then you can say apply, and then if you do no arguments, it does this, and if you provide an argument, it does this, and then if you do is active, then you have to provide an argument, and that does this, and the chaos command class actually defines this whole tree. But notice how the truth or dare tree is way more complex, even though it's basically doing the exact same thing. Because I've decided to differentiate it between truths or dares, because if you want to look at if you want to apply a truth, it would be helpful to have a list of only truths. Right? Or if you want to apply a dare, it'd be helpful to have a list of only dares. Instead of having to know which one's a truth or a dare. That would be kind of annoying. And so what I want to do here is I want to basically, because I have to specify the same branch for truth, notice how these truth or dare branches, they all combine. I want to write something that does that for me. Because I've already have an enum for the truth and dare, I just want to define this tree and then say, okay, it has a truth branch, and then it has dare branch. And the truth branch is like this, and the dare branch is like this. Instead of having to manually write out each thing, because that would be really, really long and tedious and annoying. So that's sort of what I'm looking to do here. Right, and so that's going to require some stuff. Anyway, in this initializer method, we're going to do command registration callback, dot event dot register dispatcher registry access, and then the environment, and that's going to go to dispatcher dot register command manager dot literal pod dot requires context goes to context dot get permissions dot has permission new permission dot level, and then this is going to be permission dot admins. Right, and then in here I define the tree, right, with a dot then, and then I provide different command nodes or literal argument builders and all this other stuff, right? So it looks like these thens are going to probably specify literal argument builders. So we have apply. Wow, nice fucking genius. Apply as our first argument. So /Todd apply. Except we can't specify it just like that. We have to specify it as a command manager.literal apply. Right? So we do /Todd apply. Dot then. No. What are you doing? Oh, wait. I know why. Because I have to do it in here. Dot then. Yeah, there we go. But then it's not the effect arg node, right? Because now we're going to need to know if we're doing truth or dare, right? And we can do a command manager literal, because I'm going to do command manager literal truth and then a thing, right? So all of this stuff is going to be here. This is going to be, it's going to be a required argument builder, or what was it, literal argument builder? Yeah, literal argument builder. But I don't know what you're parameterized by. Server command source, I believe, is what you're done. I believe it's server command source, not command source. Right, so then it's going to be, we're going to return command manager.literal this dot arg name for the truth or the dare dot then I need the arg node. The arg node is a required argument builder. So get argument node. So then this dot get argument node dot executes the context executes this dot apply this dot apply for the context dot get source, and then I need this dot get effect arg for the context. So it's going to be then truth arg name which I have here. Then truth or dare option dot truth dot apply command. Right, so then it goes apply, and then we can do that. Dot then no wait. Right, and I need here dot then truth or dare option dot dare dot apply command dot, and then this is just executes raw. Context goes to Right, and now I can do other stuff. Sure, you can play this one next. I don't know. So now I want to actually apply that, because this apply command is a literal argument builder. So what I'm going to want here is I'm going to want a private static literal argument builder for server command source Todd subcommand, and we're gonna have a string for the name, and then it's going to be a supplier. No. I need a function for a truth or dare option to a literal argument builder for server command source subcommand. And then what I can return is I can return command manager dot literal for the name dot then, and then this is going to be subcommand dot apply to truth or dare option dot truth. Whoops. And then dot then. Whoops. Subcommand option dot apply truth or dare option dot dare. Right, so now this can be dot then Todd subcommand apply, and this is going to be truth or dare option apply command, and then so that's going to do that, and then we have the no args option. Right, and then this is going to do context. This is going to do right. So I guess in the instance of apply, this effect is never going to be null, right? Because the apply command has the argument node, which suggests something, and it's going to get entry or throw. So this is never null. Wait, it can be, right? Because I can do that, executes, and then I actually need a another dot executes. I just realized. So this dot, this, where does this go? It's there. It's like an argument node dot executes, and then we're gonna have a dot executes. No, wait, don't do that. Then, and then it's that. Oh wait, I see. And then it's gonna be this dot executes. Right, and it's gonna be dot executes this dot apply. Wait, I need to specify like a thing here where it's gonna be context goes to this dot apply context dot get source and null. So now it's apply truth, specify truth, or apply truth, specify no truth, and get a random truth. Or apply dare, specify dare, or apply dare, specify no dare, get random dare. Which means this is fine. And then I need a separate non-truth or dare option thing apply no args, apply truth or dare, I guess, is what I'm gonna say as. And this needs a server command source for the source, right? And then here we don't have a string, so I'm just going to. It should always return command.single success. It should always be a success. So I think what I want to do, I don't need to know anything about the effect. Yeah, so this is just going to be Todd API dot mutator dot add new truth and dare, truth or dare. It's going to be source dot get player, and then this is going to be an I truth or dare. So we're going to do Todd registry dot get random truth or dare, just straight up. And we do source dot send feedback. Text dot literal. Oh wait. Wait, this is a player for text. It would be marginally helpful if sending feedback also sent the description or whatever the fuck you just slapped yourself with. I'm gonna have that here. Send feedback and description. This is gonna be the server command source. And it's going to be the I, truth, or dare that was actually relevant here. Right, because I have that thing here as well, right? So it should be source.send feedback, text.literal, success, don't broadcast to ops, source.send feedback, text.literal, pod.get description, don't broadcast. Right, so now this is going to be send feedback and description, and I have to now keep this as a variable here because we're gonna need it. And then I also need the source. Right, so now it does this. Now I have this. Now in here, under apply, I want to do the same thing. I want to do send feedback and description for the source and the truth or dare that I have selected. That way you know what you've slapped yourself in the face with, right? For legal reasons, if you slap yourself in the face and injure yourself, I'm not liable. What? 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 Context.getSource. Shut up. Okay, I'm good. So that is, and now we can see how I have abstracted away the entire separate little branches. Right? The truth or dare sub-branches have now been abstracted away into just this when building the tree because it's all the same. I don't actually need that there. Right, so this is our subcommand apply, and then this is our noargs version. Now, I wonder if it's better to have this as an argument as a noargs version. Oh, you could be so right. That might actually look a little bit better when trying to parse that tree myself. So, okay, here's the thing. We're going to have an overloaded version, I think. Yeah, I'm going to want an overloaded version. Literal argument builder. Server command source. Pod subcommand. Sub? Spell? With their dare option. Literal argument builder. Server command source. Subcommand. And then I need I guess I need a literal argument builder. No, I don't need a literal argument builder. I need I need an int function, right? An int function that takes a server command source. And that's noargs option. Right? And this is going to return command manager dot literal name. Dot then subcommand dot apply to truth or dare option dot truth. Dot then subcommand dot apply to truth or dare option dot dare dot executes context, and then on the context we do noargs option dot apply. No, it represents a function that accepts an int valued argument and produces a result. This is int consuming. No. Object to int function. This sucks balls, dude. I want something that produces an int. Well, I want the reverse of this. All right, there is an object to int function, right? Like there is this. But I don't think that's what I want to make either. I want an int consumer consumes this, int binary operator, int supplier. I guess I could do an int supplier. I guess I could do an int supplier. Get as int. Right, and so then this is going to be apply truth or dare for the with the context dot get source. But it doesn't actually take it now, so I don't actually have it. There's got to be a Java functional interface. Int function. Oh, no, I don't want to int function. There we go. I knew there was something. It's to int function. I knew I wasn't tripping balls. I knew I wasn't tripping balls. Apply as int for the context dot get source. Server command source. Shouldn't it just be the source? Oh wait. Can I actually just do apply truth or dare? Wow, look at that, dude. So see, now I don't need this. Because now I have the apply subcommand, right? And it has, and the apply subcommand is apply the truth variant, the dare variant, or we execute the no args option. And then we have another Todd subcommand. I don't know which one this is. Which one is this? According to my little thing, this should be the is active one, and this one does not have a no args version. And so in that case, is where we use this one, right? So now I can make this nullable, right? And now it's going to say this may produce an MPE. And so what I can do is I can have this be a literal argument builder. Literal argument builder equals this thing all the way up to here, right? For server command source. And then I can do if no args option is not null, then I can return builder.executes that. Otherwise, I just return the builder. Just like that. So if there's a no args option, we add that on. And then here, what I can do is this can just return. Now I can telescope this down to this, passing in the name, the subcommand, and null. And now this is going to be the is active. And then I have now I have to go here and do the active one, right? Literal argument builder server command source is active command. And this will return a command manager dot literal this dot arg name. And I guess we have a similar thing here, right? Where it's like, it should always do the arg name, and then it should always have the arg node, and then it should optionally have a no args version. Right, so now we do the same thing. This is private this time, literal argument builder for server command source. Command. And then it's going to be a function that takes, well, it's going to always be this being applied to, it should be a by function, which is going to take a server command source, I believe. Yeah, server command source and a string. And that's going to be the action that we take. But then what does it return? Oh, it should be a toInt by function. That's the action that we take. And I guess the question is, can you have a no args version? And so that's going to be a Boolean no args option. Right, and so now we're going to have a literal argument builder. So server command source, that's going to be our builder, and it's going to be command manager dot literal for this dot arg name dot then this dot get argument node dot executes, and then this is going to take the context, and with that context, we're going to do action dot apply as int for context dot get source, and this dot get effect arg. For the context. And then if no args option, then we return builder dot executes context action dot apply as int context dot get source, and then null. Otherwise, we would just return the builder. Now, I hate this as well because I hate the fact that I'm repeating myself. Repeating myself here and here. That's bad. We don't want to do that. And so in order to not repeat myself, I would like a functional interface that always takes that and then does this, right? So I'd like to specify an object that's always a command and is itself a functional argument that always, like, it'll take this toInt by function and it'll do this and this, and it's just whether or not I provide this or this. There's got to be a way to do this, right? So I don't have to constantly specify this, because like, what if I need to change this and this? I'd like to only have to change it in one spot, right? Maybe it should just be a record that takes this by function. And then just gives me a no args option, and then it just executes that record's no args option, and then executes that record's arged option. And then I have to, the arged option is always just going to be this on the command context. So I would always provide just the context, and then it's whether or not it wants this or this, right? And then this is the server command source, and the string, that's the action. This should probably implement command. No, it doesn't need to implement command. I just need to have a thing that creates the command. Are records inherently static? No. Can I do? So I can have this be. Yeah, because it's not a static record, right? Static records are a thing. Oh wait, no, records are inherently static. Fuck. That's so annoying. This can't be a record. Wait, can you accept this? No, surely you're gonna bitch and say that that's a record constructor thing, right? Like, yeah, because you can't resolve symbol for action, right? So to int by function server command source and string for the action. It's gonna be this dot action. And I'm doing this because to int by function. Because now what I can do, I can actually do something that only classes can do, apparently. So that's kind of cool. But I do have to set up this. And we don't need that, right? Because this is what is this complaining about? Already defined in this scope. Wait, can I? No, but then because then you don't know what this is. I don't think I can do that, right? No. I'm guessing it just like if I make this static, I'm guessing it just doesn't. It doesn't know. I don't think I can have like class constructors. I'm gonna check though. Is there like special class constructor syntax that I'm not aware of? I have class constructor syntax in class declaration, like a record. Like a record. Yeah, okay. You can't, which is what I thought. Exactly what I thought. So it doesn't know what the fuck it's looking at, basically. Which means I'm gonna move this down here. This is gonna be private final. Boop, boop, boop. Like that. This is gonna go here. Actually, that can be like that, but I want this like this, and this like this. So that this can now do context.get source, and then I have to do, now I have to do truth or dare option dot this dot get effect arg for the context. And I have to do it this way because now this subcommand, because this is a non-static inner class, this class can access all the stuff out here, which is notably important to get this effect argument, which I wouldn't be able to do otherwise if it was a record, because the record is static, which means it doesn't know what truth or dare option created it, because no truth or dare option created it. It's just in the class. But now if I have this be non-static, now it can access that. An important change. It is required, right? So I can't use a record for this, even though I wanted to. And then this is just going to return the same thing, where it's going to go context to this dot. Wait, I need a private thing. All the YChan animated emotes. Yeah, we have YChan animated emotes. We have some, not all the ones from the Discord server, but we have some. Because I uploaded actually all of them, but I don't have enough emote slots to actually allocate them all. Now I could take some out some of the other emotes, like the DDD shield and stuff like that, but I decided I want to keep those emotes because they are my emotes. So basically, I think I need a certain number of followers or subs, I can't remember, in order to unlock new emote slots. So like I can eventually add them all. I would just need enough followers to be able to do so, or something to that effect. I don't remember the specifics. I believe it's followers. I believe. So then this is going to be, whoa, what are you doing? Wait, what are you doing? Create command, right? And then this is going to have the args, the arg. And this is going to return context, context mapping to this dot action dot apply as int for context dot get source and arg. Right? This is the most generic form of this. So then this can return this dot create command passing in null for our no args version, and this can return this dot create command for truth or dare option dot this dot get effect arg. I don't have the context anymore. It needs to be a function. This needs to be a function. What are you doing? This needs to be a function. This function needs to take a server command source and then give me a string. Arg creator. Arg generator. Arg generator dot apply to the context dot get source. Because I presume the getting the thing is command context. Oh, it just gets the context. Oh wait, so this needs to be command context. Context for server command source. Like this. And then this just applies it to the context. Also, yeah, we have like... I have a handful of nice emotes, so, I mean, hey, I added them. They're meant to be used. That was the whole idea. I got completely distracted by the emotes. God damn it, what was I doing? All right, we apply it here. And then this, I can't have this be null because it's going to complain, right? It should map this to the context. The context should just get mapped straight to null, right? So now this itself is not null, but it instead creates null as an argument, right? So it generates a null argument. Whereas this, I think I should be able to do get effect arg like this. Right? And now we can create the arged command and we can create the no args command. And I don't need this anymore. So now each truth or dare option is going to have a subcommand. Subcommand, and this is going to be the apply command. Right? The apply command, the is active command, the clear command, and the applicable command. Right? We have 4 subcommands. And now each one is going to create that command using the action being where we apply it as an int. So to create the subcommand, I just need to pass in this toInt by function, which is going to be this apply, this applicable, this check, and this remove. Right, so this dot apply command, apply command, here we are. This dot apply command equals new subcommand, and it's going to be this apply, not applicable, apply. What do you mean that doesn't work? Oh, command syntax exception. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You know what we need? We need a special functional interface. Check this shit. Check this shit, all right? I can't believe I have to define this shit. I guess it's gonna be an interface. To int by I guess I'll just call it command action. And what it'll do is it'll extend to... No, it can't extend to int by function. Right? It's just going to be this, and then it's going to have one thing, which is going to be apply. And this apply is going to take a server command source and a string, and it's going to throw a command syntax exception. And it's going to return an int. Modify final. Okay, don't make a final then. Just make it interface. Functional interface. Source and then arg. Right. So now this instead takes a command action. And this takes a command action. And notice how nothing else has changed. Well, other than the fact that this is just called apply now. I guess I could probably call it perform. This action.perform. We perform the action. And we have all this stuff. Which means now when I go back here, when I do this, it's now no longer unhandled because the apply says that it throws shit, dude. It throws good. All right, this dot is active command equals new subcommand. This, I think it's check effect. Yeah. I have this dot clear command, and this is a new subcommand for this dot remove. And then lastly, we have this dot applicable command, which is a new subcommand for this dot. Whoa, what are you doing? For this applicable. What do you mean? Variable apply. Whoops. This is applicable command. Applicable command. Applicable command. There we go. So now that we have all of this, when I go to this command here, I've provided a subcommand. And we check to see if there's a no args option, right? And so then it's going to be executes subcommand dot create command. We do the no args version of the create command, and then we do this as well, and we do subcommand dot create no args command, right? And so now we can do the argument node, and we can create the command, which is going to do this, right? Where we do the get effect arg doing this or whatever. Or if we have a no args option, we do the create the no args option, right? So now we do this. So now this just returns command passing in the apply command and a no args option. Right, so now I have made this super simple. Return this dot command, this dot apply command, and yes, there should be a no args option. Boom. And then the isActive command, this does not have a no-args option. Oops, this needs to return this dot command, this dot isActive command, and false. There is no no-args option. And then the literal argument builder for the server command source. Actually, it's just that. And then this is the clear command. And this should return this dot command, this dot clear command, and there is a no-args option for this. And then, so these are in the specific things, right? And so then, yeah, because we have, no, we don't have a no-args option for that, right? Because we can apply a random truth or a random dare if I specify it. I can't clear all the truths or all the, I mean, I guess I could clear all the truths or all the dares. Does it accept, does this clear command, does this accept everything or does it just remove everything? Yeah, it just removes fucking everything. So I'd say no, this should be a non-null. And this should not be a thing. It should instead be this. The effect should never be null. It should always be required. So this should also be false. There should be no no-args option. But this one, the applicable command, this 100% has a no-args option. This .applicable command and does have a no-args option. So all of that overhead is to just make defining this tree very simple and straightforward. Because now I can do truth or dare option, and this is the isActive command, and there is no no-args option. This is going to say that this is always isActive. And then I have .then pod subcommand. The name here is going to be clear, and it's going to be truth or dare option, clear command. And we do have a thing. This needs to return command dot single success. I should probably at suppress warnings same return value. And now we'll have clear all truths and dares. And now this is where we're going to do the iterator thing that we did in the other thing. Right, so we're going to do int count equals iterators dot size or Todd API dot accessor dot get player truth or dare effect state source dot get player dot iterator. That gets our count. Now we do our Todd API dot mutator dot clear for the source dot get player. And now we do source.send feedback. Success. We have to wrap this in a text.literal. And we return the count. Todd command, clear all truths and dares, and now we have then, and we have another Todd subcommand. And I guess I could just have this be null, and then this is never used, so we can just do this. Because there is no args option. So I should probably specify that this is nullable for the sake of my own sanity. Whoops, that's not it. Oh, I already did specify it as nullable, excuse me. And then this is applicable. This is going to be truth or dare option applicable command. And then Todd, I don't have the full thing here. Hold on. All right, so this is going to get all truths or dares. It's going to filter it to check to see if it's applicable. Let's see, that gets everything, right? I also want to probably filter it on this dot and. Right? Because this is a predicate. And we can return if it's a truth or a dare. So we can filter out all the truths first, and then check to see if they're applicable, and then only give a list of the applicable truths, and same with the dares, right? And then here, we're not going to do that, right? So I basically want to do this whole thing here. And this results in a string builder. And this should be a string. Yeah, string get message of all truths and dares. Get message of all applicable truths and dares. Get message of filtered list of applicable truths and dares as string. That's a fucking mess. Truth or dare registry entry. Filter. So now I do the same thing that was done here, where I get all true data's and I filter it. Now move over. Right, so now I need, this should be filter and that. I think I need that as well. Right, and now I result dot delete 0 to 2, and then I return result, right? Dot toString. So that does that, and now in here I can do get filtered list of applicable truth or dares as string, passing in the source and this as our additional filter, and then setting that to, this should probably just return a string builder. I think is probably best, because this is still a string builder at this point. Right, so then it filters all that, because the action's the same, it's just whether or not I apply a filter to it, right? And this is get, this is just applicable truths and dares. And now what this is going to do is it's going to do this, and then I do the same thing here, where I send that feedback. But see, it's different here because that's only if the effect is null where I do this, otherwise I do this. So like this is still kind of important, which means yeah, we can have it be slightly different. But at the same time, if the effect is null, shouldn't I just delegate to that up there and then do all of that with that additional filter? Not even bothering to send that? Yeah, so this should be, it should be void. Well, it should be int. Because now I need to do source.send feedback, text.literal, result.toString, false, and then return command dot single success. So this should also same return value, because I'm always returning the same thing. Because over here, where this thing explodes here, I'm just going to, because it's always set to this, right? So this should just return get filtered list of as string. I'm gonna change that. Now I can rename this thing to something that makes a little bit more sense. Applicable truths and there's satisfying filter. Satisfying filter. There we go. So now I don't need this. Because now this goes down here, it just does this. Wherever it is. Yeah, it just does this. Right? So now I don't need this else block here. This else block is redundant because this if block does not complete normally. Which means now this can just be defined here and doesn't need to be created here. And this can just be a string. I don't even need this here. I can just have this right here. Which means this is not needed, and this is superfluous. And I guess, technically, we can inline this part too. And that's not needed either. Oh. Stand corrected. Because that is a, because this can throw, so yeah, that's fair. And now we have that, and now I can go up here. So now this is the applicable command, and then the other thing is Todd command applicable truth and dare satisfying filter. And this is this is referring to this one, but the thing is that we're expecting this to only take that, right? So now I have to actually specify a source for our server command source, and now we're going to do applicable truth and dare satisfying filter, passing in the source and predicates dot always true. And then this is it. Our apply option, we do that, and then for like this is our truth or dare option, and then our no args. We have no args for is active. This is gonna clear all of them, but we can clear either the truths or the dares. And then this is gonna be the applicable, where it's gonna check to see which ones are applicable. And I guess that's never thrown there. There we go. That's pretty simple. And I don't have to do anything because it already initializes it, because I have beautiful meta annotations. And now let me just make sure that this makes sense. Let me go through the individual execution paths here to make sure that everything is covered. So /Todd, that is specified here, right there, Todd, with the permission levels. And then our apply is going to do our apply command. because we're going to do our subcommand and we're going to apply it to truth, which is going to create a command. And this command is going to take the argument name, so it's going to be truth as a literal, and then we're going to get our argument node, which is going to be suggesting all truths. And then given that, we're going to execute that subcommand, this subcommand being the applicable command. The applicable command being, or sorry, the apply command being this here, where if the effect is null, we get a random one, which we do if we pass the noargs option. Then we have a noargs version, which passes in null as our thing here. Otherwise, we get the entry or throw, and then we create a truth or dare from that. And then we use our mutator API to add that truth or dare to our player, and then we send the feedback in the description, which includes the feedback of, heck yes, this worked, and the description of what it is we just slapped ourselves with. And then the isActor command is going to basically do the same thing, right? So then, we're all the way back up here, right? That's for the truth, and then we have the same one for the dare, and then we have the noargs option, and the noargs option applies the truth or dare, which just gets a random truth or dare, and then applies it. And then we have a command single success for that as well. And then it just does all that. So I think that is correct. I don't think I've messed any of that up. We don't get to see the full breakdown of the tree like in Chaos Edition. On the Chaos Edition source code, you can actually see the breakdown of the tree, and it's all like indented on the level, right, of like subcommand that we're at. And so you can actually see it break down pretty easily on specifically what it's looking for and stuff like that. But here it's not, because it doesn't need that, right? Because this is all handled. You can sort of see the breakdown of the individual trees here, where it's like literal then executes, and then the builder executes as another option. Right? Is that how it's going to be? It's going to command literal dot apply dot then effect arc node. This closes here. This closes here. That closes there. That closes there. That closes on the then. And then we have an execute. Then we do an effects arc node does that. But if we don't do that, then we do that. So it's command literal apply and then no arcs. And then this is going to be command literal apply, right, with the arc name truth, right? It's going to be apply truth, no args. Boom, right? I believe that's right. I believe I have mapped it all right in my head. There is only one way to find out, though, and that is to run it. All right, let's see where we're at. This should only need initializing on the server. Okay, we got server initialization, we got client initialization. And having this command is going to be very useful because it's going to allow me to test a lot of things. I may wish to add other commands that aren't subcommands relating to like the grace period or to just force the prompt, right? I don't know though. So now I should be able to /Todd and see there it is, applicable, apply, clear is active. So if I do applicable, right, I have block breaker, overworld, and half damage aura, which I realize not what I not exactly the way that should be. Okay. I'm not going to worry about that. But as you can see, there are two. The block breaker overworld. This is a dare. This is a truth. So now if I do Todd applicable dare, it only gives me the block breaker overworld because that's the only applicable dare. And then if I do block breaker truth, it gives me the half damage aura, which I have just corrected to being all one word and all lowercase. Right? And so now if I do Todd apply dare, right, it's gonna, there's actually three here. There's a block breaker and block breaker nether and block breaker overworld. But if I do this, it's gonna ask me to break 64 andesite in 3 minutes, which I'm gonna be honest, I can't do that. I don't have a pickaxe. I don't even know where any fucking andesite is. So if I clear now, it kills me, which is probably probably not the greatest way I want that to happen. Because it removes it, which then has it do the end thing that it should do, but it should probably do it, so yeah. This makes sense, though. Why is it always andesite? It's always giving me andesite. It's always giving me andesite. Are we okay? That's... Get random element from choices. RNG, random element from... If I apply block breaker overworld, it's gravel, diorite, cobblestone, diorite, dirt, gravel, okay. 64 granite, okay. Okay, not end stone, fuck, brother. You pick andesite again. Oh yeah, and now it's prompting me with the actual truth or dare. So if I pick dare, it's asking me to break dirt. So if I break, I can't break grass blocks. Grass blocks won't count to it. It has to specifically be dirt. Right? So I'd have to do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can break grass and then dirt. That works. But I can't break grass. Right? And basically, if I get to see the other truth or dare prompt, then that means I managed to complete it in time. If I die, I didn't. And we'll see. Like, I want to have something up on the top, a boss bar up on the top that shows the remaining time in it, and not only shows the remaining time, but like how many I would have left for the certain dares where that's a thing. I think I have other dares active. I'm pretty sure, I feel like I've definitely broken 64 of them. But I do have other dares active, I think. Well, there we go. And yeah, I think I had another dare active, maybe, I don't know. So what I can do is I can... Oh, brother, get out of here. Okay, for starters, I'd like to be able to see a little bit better. We'll take this. I will take, cobbled deep slate. I don't think I put down a full stack. $57. 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 64. I did it. I broke your things. I did it all. Is it still gonna kill me? Am I still gonna lose the dare because it's not gonna be able to tell me that I completed it? I think that's what it's gonna do. I think there's it's not actually like tracking the thing. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna put a breakpoint and we're gonna see if that's the case. So we're gonna see on the abstract dare, I think. Yeah, we're gonna do that. And I'm guessing what's gonna happen is I'm going to perish. And it's not gonna be able to verify that I've completed the dare.
Huh?
And I think I know why. I'm pretty sure I know why. But I just want to see. And there we go. That freezing right there is me going into debug mode. So it says it isn't completed, and count left is 58. What do you mean? What do you mean count left is 58? Why is count left 58? That implies I broke 6. I was expecting it to not have any. Yeah, dude, I'm in the window, dude. Let me do, dude. Let me do. It won't let me move my fucking mouse, dude. You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's so fucking stupid. No, 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 no. No, brother. It's not letting me do it. Why are you locking my thing to the fucking center? That's so fucking stupid. And I can't escape out of it. That's so fucking dumb. Why did I move OBS? I did not want to move OBS. I wanted to move this. Because it thinks that I'm not in a menu, but like I am? Fuck that, dude. That's so dumb. That's so fucking dumb. That had everything to do with us just like being in here, and then it killing me, and then not knowing where we were at or something. That had nothing to do with anything else. Anyway, I am really fucking curious. why that didn't work. Oh. I know what the problem is. I know what the problem is. I need this to refactor this to be get random block target. And then I need a private, actually, no, I don't think I need that. This just needs to be this. Yeah, this dot get random block target, that's that. And then we encode this dot target here. And then that's this dot target. And then this is not get random block target. This needs to be dare dot target. So what happened there is, the reason why it wasn't tracking is on my check, it was actually just picking another random block to check against every time. So you could break 64 cobbled deep slate, but every time you broke a cobbled deep slate, it's like, oh, is this granite? No, then then we're not going to count it, even though you broke the block that's actually supposed to be looking for. So I need to actually stop and rerun that. So I had to change this to target. I realized the music stopped, but I got caught up in shit. So fucking sue me. I need to come up with a new playlist of shit. Anyway. We're almost at the point where it's just creating the truth and dare stuff, right? I'm at, we have the command, which allows us to debug shit easily, but I think I still want to add some more stuff to that command, and so I will. I just want to check to make sure that these dares actually work. So when I pop in, it should just prompt me. Oh no, it won't prompt me with a dare right away because I am someone else. I'm someone else. So I'm new. But what I can do is, in the anticipation of a block breaker dare, I can enchant these with efficiency 5. So now if it's like break dirt, I can break dirt. If it's break sand, I can break sand. If it's break gravel, I can break gravel. If it's break like stone, I can do stone. Cobblestone, I can do cobblestone. Granite, I might have a hard time with, but you know, that's a thing. So now with haste 2, I should be, yeah, so now I insta-break stuff, which is needed for this dare, just to make sure that I can do the dare without any problem whatsoever. Alright, so there's diorite over there. I don't know where there's andesite. If it tells me fucking andesite again, I'm gonna fucking be pissed. Oh, there's andesite right there. Okay, so that's good. We have andesite there. We have diorite over there. I don't know where there's granite. And then it's just gonna give me tough, and I'm gonna have to like fucking dig down. And again, I do have 3 minutes to do that. So I guess the question would be, would it be possible? I think I have about 5 minutes of grace period, which is a lot of time, basically to get ready and shit, and then eventually it's gonna give you stuff, right? And that's why I want a boss bar up at the top to show you your remaining grace period, the remaining time in your truth or your dare or truths or dares if you have multiple active. But I'll probably limit it to like the if you have multiple active, I'll probably limit it to the 3 that have the shortest duration left or something. Okay, so now it's gonna dare, and it wants me to break 64 sand, and I am way the fuck over here. I went way too far. I'm like now in the middle of fucking nowhere, not near any goddamn sand. I fucking waltzed. So now if I just break a whole bunch of this, and there we go. I completed the dare. And because that I got a prompt so quickly. Now it wants you to break 64 cobblestone, for example, right? So I can just go down here. Now, this is not cobblestone, this is stone, it won't count, but notably, I can now just... And then when I break this entire tower, it'll give me another prompt. I don't actually have to pick up the cobblestone, I just have to break it. Boom. Now it wants me to break 64 dirt. Well, boy, do I have news for you. And now, you know, now it'd be like tough and shit, right? So yeah, good luck with that. Oh yeah, I forgot to remove that breakpoint. Bam. Anyway, so we have that. Now, one thing I do want to do in this command is if I clear it, now what I am curious about is I think if you can only have one instance of a dare or a truth active at a time. So if I reapply, oops. If I reapply, it would just replace the one that's already there, right? It applies it and then it just replaces it. Right, so that's fine. But in the command, this means you can't have like multiple block breaking, at least multiple overworld block breaking dares active at a time. But you can have multiple different block breaker dares because there's another block breaker dare and an end block breaker dare. Speaking of, I did not add blockstock glowstone to this list, and I think I should. Now, when we clear it, on the dare one, right? When we clear, Where's my remove, right? It removes the truth or dare. Can I go to implementation? Go to implementation, right? And then we alter the server state, right? I'm gonna find usages of this. Is this only used here? So then in this case, this remove, actually go to the implementation. This is only used here. We end it. If the Todd is a dare, we're gonna do Todd dot, we're going to do I dare Todd dot mark completed. So now we mark it completed if it's a dare, if we remove it. Like forcefully. This is like a forceful removing. And then if Todd dot is dare on the clear, we do I dare. No, not I truth or dare. I dare. How fucking hard is that? Mark completed. Now, clearing it doesn't fucking destroy me in the process. Probably a good idea. Right, but that's only for the clear and the remove truth or dare, right? So specifically in the actual tracker, which is going to be under event handler Todd effect tracker, yeah. Here, this doesn't call it through the API, it calls it through this, which removes it, right? Which is like, that's how it gets removed here. But here, it only ends itself. Like it'll end itself on the tick, right? In the abstract dare, or like the abstract truth or dare or whatever, right? Yeah, it's in the abstract truth or dare. It ends itself if the duration is less than 0, right? And then here, it on the end, it checks to see if it's completed and stuff. In case there's like anything else that like needs to end, it needs to this API needs to actually end it and then remove it. Right? So I need to for this, I need to mark it as completed and then end it and then remove it. But only if it's a dare. So now I have a couple of other commands that I want to create, right? These are the base commands that were in Chaos Edition that are very useful here. And then what I want to do, I want this to execute a prompt, right? So now that's going to be basically the same thing we did in, I guess it's the Todd effect tracker. Oh, that's to pick the choice. I don't want to pick the choice. I want to basically do this here. And then we basically have this. Where it's going to pick some, and then we're going to store it, and then we're going to send the payload. Right, so we can prompt, and then we can pick. And that means in the command, I can now force a prompt. But I have to do a little bit more than that, actually. So I need to do Todd API dot mutator dot modify effect state for the source dot or context dot get source dot get player, and then ipodies is going to go to right, see now what I want to do is I want to fully tick that grace period. But I'd rather not tick it like a bunch of times. I'd rather just assign it to 0. So I need a way to do that here. I don't think I think I can convert this to a lambda. Player truth or dare effect state end grace period. And then I do Todd effect tracker dot prompt. And this is context dot get source dot get player. Now we're going to pass the player here, and then we're going to prompt them. I'm going to return command dot single success. So that can just be like that, probably. Yeah, that should be like that. And I can dot then. Actually, maybe that's all I need. Maybe I just need that prompt truth or dare thing. So I can apply and do all this, but now I can prompt. I can force that prompt to happen, which at the same time also ends the grace period. All right, sounds good. See you in a bit. And I guess I can probably do public void grant grace period. This just gave me a brilliant fucking idea. Oh, this is like 3 minutes, right? What, like 20 ticks per second times 60 ticks per minute? Whoa, 60 ticks per second times 60 ticks per minute. Wait, that's also wrong. 20 ticks per second times 60 ticks per 60 seconds per minute. My gosh. It's 1200 times. So yeah, it's a 3-minute grace period. 3-minute grace period seems pretty reasonable. That's a sick idea, dude. So now I just have to use that. And I think I should do it in the abstract dare, probably. Abstract dare makes a lot of sense to me. I think I need Todd API.mutator.modify effect state with the player, and it's going to be Todd's dot grant grace period mod config dot get instance dot game dot grace period on completed dare dot option. Oh, I think I need command manager to argument. That's what I'm missing. Argument. And this should be integer argument type dot integer minimum 0. Wait, then how do you do this? String argument type dot get string. Oh wait, okay. Right, get integer, pass in the context and the name, which is time. Void cannot be returned, cannot be converted to int. Right. Oh wait, yeah, no. There we go. So now I have the option to grant a grace period and prompt a truth or dare. And when I complete a dare, it now grants a grace period on a completed dare only, but on the truths. So now I can actually afford the truths to be kind of brutal. The idea being is that if you withstand a truth, you just get given another prompt right away. No ifs, ands, or buts. But if you complete a dare, you can get a grace period where nothing's going on. So now you're incentivized to want to pick dare. But if you don't think you complete the dare, you just have to stomach the truth, knowing that you're not going to get a grace period. You have to deal with it, and then you have to make another choice. And it'll give you a 30-second grace period, which I think is enough for you to kind of like get your shit back on your feet. So now what I want to know is I think there's a raid manager, raid command, raid center, debug render, raider entity, raid goal, raider predicate, raid manager. Yeah, there's a raid manager. I want to see this. It's a persistent state. And then I want to know the raid. So I want to figure out like how it creates that bar. Server boss bar. It just has it here. And the event text. I don't see where that is. Oh, here it is. Event.minecraft.raid, right? Yeah, so it's just a translation of it, right? Yeah, it's right there. But this server boss bar is only, this is on the server. Which I realize I actually don't want. Right, so then I have this boss bar, which, do you have any abstract methods? How the fuck are you abstract then? What's the difference between this? I guess then at that point, we're looking at setting the name, updating the name, and sending a packet. And it sends a packet to each player. Then the raid, I guess that does that, but if you're far enough, isn't there no... Oh, because it has a list of players to add to it. Oh, so I could just do a server boss bar and then only add the one player. I could do a server boss bar. And I guess that would be on the server end, and then it would send a packet. It would be sending a packet like every fucking tick, though. That sounds horrible, horrible, horrible. I'd be sending a packet every damn time, wouldn't I? I'd have to be sending a packet every fucking tick. Surely that is horrible, 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 right? I don't know if there's another way, though. I might just have to send the packet every single time. Now, the packet it sends here is a lot of this other stuff, right? If I just create a server boss bar for each thing, I might be able to extend boss bar probably. But this sends a whole bunch of packets, which is like useful and shit. This boss bar has a UUID, or picks a random UUID. Wow, that's beautiful. I guess I would want to have the tracker cache for each truth or dare and update the duration tracker. Update that progress bar here. Right, and it should update it for each one, and then it should send, I guess it just, like, I store it here. So I don't think I'd want to store it in the truth or dare effect state, because then in each effect state, I'm storing that. Well, then again, does it need to even be like sent from the server to the client? I mean, the client already has the information. Well, actually, no, the client doesn't have the information. Only the server has the information. Because only the server's doing this shit. If I put it in here, I need to have a map that maps a UUID to a map that maps the effect name to the active progress bar, which sounds like I should just do it in here and then just ignore that layer of abstraction, or like that like additional map layer, basically. Huh. But I don't save it. I don't write it, because when it ticks whatever, right? I'll have a method here which sets all of that, and then it gives you that duration. And then it only shows a grace period if the grace period is not 0 and there are any active effects. At the same time, then I need a bar for the grace period to be what it was set to. Yeah, I would need a new class here. I have an abstract truth or dare progress bar. Maybe just an abstract progress bar. Then I have a truth or dare progress bar. And then I have a grace period progress bar. Maybe it's just an interface, and then I have an enum for the different kinds of progress bars. The grace period progress bar, or that. But that only implies that there's one instance of each one, which we don't want because we want multiple different types. So I do need a type, not an enum that specifies only a certain number of constants. A record might be appropriate here, though. I wouldn't be able to extend boss bar, though, so that's sort of the problem. Because I'm going to assume the idea is that this extends boss bar. But it should probably extend the server boss bar. And the reason for that is because it handles all of this for me, including updating the style and everything. I have a green and red. Okay, it's called pink. I'm not sure why it's called pink, but fuck it. And it does that, so it creates a server boss bar. I probably want a server boss bar. Right, and then it's gonna have that bar, and then I just need to pass that information along, I think. I'm trying to see how I can you know what? Let's just do it, and then we'll figure it out, right? And this needs the display name. So I probably need the registry entry. Well, no. Actually, this can probably just be string name. I'll be honest. What do we need? We need a color and a style. I guess I can just do that, and then it will import that. Yeah, add player, brother. Oh, that's under the server boss bar, not under the regular boss bar. I gotcha. I should just make it a server boss bar. Right. Utils dot get server player for you dot if present this dot bar add player. There we go. So now I have, and then what I have is I have a public void for ticking that bar. And so this get percent, it actually checks to see if it's different, which is cool, and then it only sends that packet if needed. You know what? This should be. And then I want to do this dot bar dot set name text dot text dot literal. Does this check if the name? Yeah, it checks to see if the name is equal. Actually, can I, from the server boss bar, can I get the players? I can. I can get unmodifiable players. Okay, so I can actually do that. I don't need this. I can just get it through the bar. And then this dot starting grace period equals starting grace period. And I return this dot, I can't get the bar. This dot bar dot get players dot iterator dot next. Accessor dot get player truth or dare effect state for you. I can't get the current fucking grace period off of it. get grace period divided by this dot starting grace period. And now I cast this part to a float so that it does the division as actual full-on correct division. Right, so this was pretty easy to implement. Now I need a truth or dare progress bar, which means this I dare needs a string get progress bar text. And then this is going to be the display name, this dot get count left, and this dot target dot get block dot get name. Do I need the registry entry? I don't know. We'll figure that out. I will cross that bridge when I get there. So that's that. Oh, I need to put the player in first. Creating the truth or dare is like really easy, right? It just, yeah, it shouldn't be that bad. Shouldn't be that bad. Do I need the entry though? I might. I would. Wait, this is weird. Wait, I don't know why, there isn't a way to get a particular effect that's active on them. Wait a second, why is it... Interesting. I can't get the truth or dare that's active on them. I mean, I can, but I have to... What does the accessor have? I can get this, I can get a truth or dare, I can check the truth or dare is acted, I can check to see if the grace period has expired. Which I don't really actually need that. There's really not much here. Okay, so... And then if I do duration... Can I not do duration or meaning? This is a... Oh wait, because this is an optional. This is an optional. Welcome, mate. What are we currently looking at? We're looking at progress bars. Register there if it exists. So this is an... This is a map. to, I guess, no, not stream. Don't stream it. That's dumb. Just map it. And then I have. Can I not map it to truth or dare duration remaining? Yeah, I can do that. And then or else throw? No. Or else just do 0, I think. Dot and then I do this and I divide it by this dot starting duration, and then I cast this first part to a float. So I do float math. All right. So I don't like how I have to do this. I'd much rather do that. That way I can just do this entry dot get entry class. Right, and now I don't have to create an instance of it. I just do that. So now we have this. So this is a progress bar that is going to track the remaining duration of whatever you have going on, right? I guess this can be private. I through there. And this should return pod API dot accessor dot get truth or dare for this dot bar dot get players dot iterator dot next, and then this dot entry dot get entry class. Except this is an optional. Like that. Because now I can do this dot get truth or dare and then map it like that. Because we're doing the same thing here. I'm going to be doing return this dot get truth or dare dot map. And then if pod is dot is dare, I do I dare pod dot get progress bar text dot or else pod dot get display name, and this is going to be Todd dot get display name, and then this is going to be dot or else this dot entry I think if I did the get name, it's not going to get me the display name, which is fine. I guess I don't really need it. And now what I can do is in this Todd player, the player truth or dare effect state, I can have a map from string, or sorry. I mean, I guess that's probably correct, right? Abstract. No, what do I want? I think I want a truth or dare progress bar here. Effect bars, and then we're going to have final grace period progress bar, grace bar. But I don't have the player here. Because I need that player to actually add them to that bar. Which I can't do here. This doesn't actually keep track of the player. I don't think I need that. Maybe I want a different thing, like a progress bar manager. I'm not too sure. So I think this is where I'm going to wrap it. I got to decide what I want to do here, how I want to do this. I've also been at this for a while, so I am done. I'm also hungry too, so I'm gonna go get food. But hey, good progress was made. So thank you for tuning in and watching. I don't really got much else for you, but this was good. I'll keep trucking along, and we'll see what we got. So that'll be it for me. Thank you. Every time I return to the end, well, you got to see some stuff. uh, so yeah. I'm a get going. I'm a peace out. Thank you all for watching. I'll be back Monday with more Stardew modding stuff, but I might continue working on this. Might take a nap. I don't know. We'll figure out where we're at. All right. So that'll be it from me. You all take care, enjoy your weekend, and I will check you guys later. Peace out.